Alright. We're live. We're back with more MSQ. It's time. Last we left off, we had a lovely evening meal with the crew. And now we're gonna talk to Kryl. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I want to try and speak with Scholark Monteshane and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Ishtil and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. It might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Alphino, if Father can master these fiendish contraptions, then so can I. Look at him. Look at the boy. Heading out for a stroll. The Scholark himself was here? In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. The wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of Thaliak, the scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlene itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studio. Neat. Feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. Oops, talk to Kryl. Ooh, music. Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlene's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. Master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levieux began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Montaigne. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask students if they've seen him. Things were bad enough during our school days, and Alphino's time abroad has only heightened his fame, or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphino, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. Yeah, he spoke to me. He actually spoke to me. It's Alphino himself, in the flesh. I assure you, I'll tell you all about it after my business with the Scholark is concluded. Scholark? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Levieux's graduation thesis? I, too, have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the Forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers! That was Alphino Levieux, wasn't it? The Alphino Levieux. And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epic shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Eliapo should have a better idea. Another Eliapo? Aliapo? I don't know, whatever. I like Eliapo. Hello, cat girl. Yet another cat girl. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait. Don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off of the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with the question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pisa this, tongue of Giganto that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholark's whereabouts. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. So what you're telling me is, you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? You're looking for a Scholark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can't... Oh, you mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Scholark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. I have a feeling she's who I'm gonna be, like, she might be a custom delivery. Since she thought I was a gleaner, we're gonna be gleaning for her. Yes, the Scholark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Ugh. They're still doing that. Ah, yes. Monteshane. Hello. Hi, Tori. My voice cutscene, excellent. I get to rest my voice. Hope you're having fun, Tori. Thanks for stopping in.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks.
If you haven't already, you should go stop in and say hi to Kiowa. She's streaming her stuff, mostly just for a VOD, but I'm sure she'd love to see you in her chat.
Go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed.
Here, I'll even do an exclamation point plug.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Go say hi to Kira.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot of their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Wow.
How is that even possible?
An enchantment that prevents them from speaking about certain things.
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
We really are in class, huh? Uh-huh.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
This really is a fucking lecture.
The answer is corporeal ether.
I knew that.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
Oh, we've had some fucking... We've had some experience with the
Picture
memory
the soul as
ether
paper,
and the soul
and
ether.
memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Charlene prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
So they know that they have a sacred duty
And our
to
memories
fulfill.
drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
Our memories drift apart and does what?
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
we are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
Montashane's a bro.
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Poggers.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo.
Aliapo.
She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge.
Ki Aliapo.
I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Thanks, Grandpa. Thanks, Gramps. I'm gonna call him Gramps. He seems like the kind of person that we can call Gramps, and he'd be cool with it. If you are game, Ki Aliapo would put your artisanry to good use. I assume that means I can unlock studium deliveries now. Alize. Some of my earliest memories are of Scholar Montashane, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather, who would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studium in the first place. While Scholar Montashane is best known for his role as head of the studium, he's said to be one of the finest mages Sharlayan has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. On that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. May as well. Yep, definitely looks like studium deliveries. It's you. You're the one the scholar was telling us about. Pastella, yes? Hello. Brilliant. Just the woman I was hoping to see. As I'm sure you're aware, the studium is the most prestigious educational institution in all of Sharlayan. As such, we make a point of only working with the best educators and students. The gleaners we employ are also held to the same high standards, of course, which is perhaps why it's been so difficult to find the assistance we need of late. Surely you understand the trouble finding competent and capable help. That you are to come here suggests you're willing to lend a hand, no? I'm certain you would have much to gain from working with us, if so. Let me know should you commit to lending your services to the studium. I should warn you, however, there is much I must explain ere you begin, so please be certain you have sufficient time to spare. Yeah, sure. Explain our work. Meet in searchers meet in order to do business. Recruit reputable. Yep. I'm just gonna skim through this. Archaeology, metalworker, Jude, Astronomy. Artisan for leather, cloth, or woods. Leather worker, weaver, carpenter. Debroy. Or Debrier, I don't know. Medicine, so... Medicine and nutrition, alchemy, or whatever. The alchemist and culinarian. Oh, she's cute. I have too many friends streaming right now. It's okay, Toll. We all appreciate you. Botanists and miners. Tilakatia. Oh, those fisher. Blech. It says 5 are the ones in need of supplementary aid. Just be sure not to leave anyone in the lurch after you've agreed to help them. Oh, she has the Mama Shiba earring. I didn't notice that. Yeah, I'm not gonna do these things yet. I'm gonna leave that there. And we're gonna get back to this. Anybody else in here? Nope. Stidian returned not long after we departed for the studio. Shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholark, or perhaps not. Having spent most of the time in Thavnair, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Charlie, and even finding my way to the Annex proved a challenge. You better not let your guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace from your usual heroics. As the Scholark said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholark Monteshane's lecture to Raha. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. Yeah, I figured. Man's made a soul/memory container. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you're away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding skills was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsalaminsa. Nimsalaminsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Nod. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vritra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. Talim Salamins. to the command room and Lim's. I still have my return set for there, so haha. Actually, while I'm here, I could turn these in. But like, what if I want... No, I'm turning them in. I'm turning them in. If I really want them, I can get them back. I also want more seals to spend on loot boxes. Aiming, healing, casting, and fending don't need new gear. Because I have more or less bis on all of those. Slaying I could probably keep. Those because I already have them in the thing. I want to keep all these just because it's good glam. Alright, let's try 2 of these loot boxes. Okay. I already had that. Excellent. Oh, that's pretty pog. That's from Eureka. It's usually pretty expensive. But I'm just gonna eat it because I didn't have it before. Yeah, I've done the first dungeon a bunch. Hence why I have all of this dungeon gear. What? Eat? Oh. Eat the Yukinko snowflake, I see. Yeah, Frog started saying, I'm gonna eat the thing. He would say that a lot, and so I'm used to it now. Alright, command room and Lim's. Oh, I didn't even need to come up here, because I have to talk to the guy, and he lets me go up higher in the elevator, huh? We get to see Mawib. I don't even remember how to say her name properly. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seed Seer and the Sultana. Aww. Yay. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Let's go. Yay! Hello, friends! My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We're locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we've taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? Nanamo! It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzat Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telafroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilzabard contingent. Us? To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telafroi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telafroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtol's analysis of the Tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. I'm gonna be for the people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Ishtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its New Jersey journey to Ilzabard. Rauban and Lord Aymeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Rauban and Lord Baymeric! Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telafroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. I love this music! Okay. Behemoth boy. Well, frame rate dropped. Hello, Raubon. Hello, Baymeric. Estinian, Graha. Let's talk to Aymeric. Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a Gallicat swept up in a strong breeze. Rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. Fameric asks after me. Say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. That cord? Lamel. I must quiz Thancred and Urianger on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Well, I need to keep my ears covered. They can be a bit sensitive at times. I love you, Graha. I'll admit, this is all rather daunting, though not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest, the best of the best, the Warrior of Light and, well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about, marching into Garlemald. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilsbard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? That's a good point. I want Lise. I know she won't be coming, but I want Lise. Give me Lise. Hello, Raubon. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroy the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aymeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. Just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsbard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Aymeric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands, as you fight the good fight in Ilsbard. I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Yo, Gaius? What's up, my guy? Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wurlit. Yo, is this fucking Wurlit? From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I've shared with Maxima for the sake of the people of Garlemald. May the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsbard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus, I don't know, and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. I love you, guys! In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to... Oh, fuck, I missed that. I accidentally clicked. Probably about protecting something. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. I want Lise. I want I just want Lise. I wouldn't mind Yugiri. Yugiri, Gosetsu. Smile. Maxima would have you meet your new traveling companions. Just everybody from Stormblood. I want Stormblood friends. The other members of the Ilsbard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrivals. Please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Bet. Oh, this person. Friends of most of the Ilsbard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes, please. Lise. You can leave Raubon here to do stuff for, you know.
By the 12.
Lise. Yes! My love!
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted.
Yes!
It is a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in
hello.
the company of many trusted
Lucia.
comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined
Also,
to
do I
this
see
mission through
the
to its end.
machinist guy in the background?
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too
Forget
welcome
his
this
name.
opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may
Grah
have your
on the
attention.
background. Yeah, it is. Hi, Lise. I love you.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must,
Hello.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman
You're
for
from
the
Light
Gridanian
Mage
delegation.
stuff, right?
Here on behalf of my esteemed sister,
I didn't pay a ton of
the
attention,
Elder
but
Seedseer,
yeah.
we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Hello, Raya O.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Sicard? Is that a...
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
I mean, I have.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
He picked me. And that's the guy from the scholar stuff, right? The lava
and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust
Sicard
in
was
the commander of your ship.
Wasn't Sicard the one that we like fought in 5.4 or whatever, or 5.5?
Not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time? Then that's what we'll do.
I think that's what he was.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gradanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Sicard.
Well,
hello, Lise. I love you.
So are we.
I'm glad you're here.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have
Alamigo.
General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally,
also
Marshal Tarapin
Tarapin
and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself.
Master
Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest.
Yeah, that's a machinist boy. I don't remember your name. He doesn't get to talk? Get fucked, I guess.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
I really like your voice, Lucia.
The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Limpsa Lomitsa.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Another?
Lord Emanolane?
Emanolane?
Ah, yes. Emanolane de Fouton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
So many voices in my ears, all Steph stream, your stream, Cure stream, and Discord with FC wall.
For a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Alright, Emanolane. I'll definitely make your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! Huzzah! I can't wait to regale Honoroi with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you pretty
Oh my
fool.
god, yes, please. Yes, Sadu. I love them!
Forgive us for coming late.
Serena!
We are the delegates of the Eastern
She's
Alliance.
so cute.
Serena, and you've brought company.
Serena. And Sadu.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Oh my god.
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lentils
Bunnies
Tears.
and... Oh, bunnies. Buns. Bun.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
Am I ready to play this for the next 10 years as foretold by the devs?
Not
Absolutely.
only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people, no different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all.
You're damn right,
Fordona,
Lise.
who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Yeah.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems. further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility.
You know, I forget
so
that
we must be
Lucia is
prepared
a
to think on
Garlean.
our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Oh, I get to talk to people. Oh, yes, please. Hello. Hello, Bard. Wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother in arms, then who am I to petty fog? Should be so hard, I suppose. This Bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. In case you're wondering, Eshiva will be staying behind to defend the Twelveswood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Greetings, Pastella. The time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know of our name and quake before our might. To victory come hells or high water. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones who was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axe Master a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kujataan, avenged that boy's parents. I remember like it were yesterday. Hello, Pippin. Often has father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions, though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy. Her Grace is elected to bolster the Ilsbar contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. I skipped Black Mage, so I assume some of these people I just don't know. Would have known had I not level skipped. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Thalafra with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers. We will return soon enough. I'm so glad I found you. I've for you a letter from Master Hammond. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see here. Ahem. I have every confidence that your fish shall bring the Thalafroi to their knees, and that should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing to them my praises? Charming, master. More fool me for thinking that letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. I cast my lot with the populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we are disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Hello, Asuna. Stephanivian, that's the name. Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Will I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Nah, Magni's great. If it isn't Pastella, 'tis thanks in no small part to you that the manufactory's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I am pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere the expedition has ended, even the temple knights will be singing our machinist's praises, once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as a temple knight serving with your fine van. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or Astinian. I assume he was part of the Lancer questline. Again, skipped Dragoon, so... I've led troops into battle many a time, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. Hello, my love! Seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, aye? We'll talk to the Scions after. Hello. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude for your role in liberating Bosnia. Me and my countrymen owe you more than we can ever hope to repay. Now that our dream has finally been realized, Balsac Man has seen fit to send a few of us to join this expeditionary force. I hope our skills will be of use. Where's Morsack? Morsack. Hello, Serena. Adorable, precious bean! Glad to see you well, Pastella. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Hello, Sadu. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it's a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She's much better company on a hunt than any of the Steppe's oafish men could dream to be. Hello, little son. With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Dotharl having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the Steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, and that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dotharli dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Yeah, Magni? Let's talk to Astinian. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here of all places. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we're on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. Graha! This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I'm certain of it. Sup, Alfie? Been part of joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Alize. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay's improved since we last met. Urianger. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who in time shall we come to call our comrades. Mayhap friends. Sup, Thancred? I have close ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Alright, thanks for that insight, I guess. Alright, Ishtola, let's go. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilzabar. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telofroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Sirena. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. These enchanted talismans, or should that be talisman, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce. The alchemists of the great work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. Lamel. Oh, the talismans, where you keep these close at all times. Yes, I'll see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I've done his words justice. Doma, like much of Authard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will keep the enemy at bay. We of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atawa and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the 12s would, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. Here, you've got something for us. Ah, them skills everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. One more thing, I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Ainzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aymeric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Hello, Lise. Is this set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? Nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Do you have a wording scale for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilzabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to Alamican Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready to the airships. Are they straight up gonna give us like a fucking Breath of the Wild type bullshit? Where if we're in Garlemald, we have to, or like in Monster Hunter, when we're in cold areas, we have to drink a fucking warm potion? I am not a fan of that, if that's the case. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Stinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Is it Tataru? Yeah! But how? Mwahaha, I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilzapard without telling me? Ha, nothing escapes my notice. Sure don't. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Argmus and Blumwida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying in the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Oh, why not? You can keep Kryl company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard I don't know these names. I don't care. Did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Yo. Thanks, Tataru. I love you. /pet. Tataru /pet. How does this look? Meh. Does it die? Well, not really. Meh. If I don't need to wear it, I'm not gonna wear it. Sorry, Tataru. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she pursue off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? So in order to finally meet you, we of the Garlemald Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Resources are at your disposal. If there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, we will ready the engines. Oh boy, several cutscenes will play in sequence. And a battle. Okay. I could try to get the last bit of XP to level up. Meh. I just want to go. That's what I think it is, then it's really cool. I believe it.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
Magna Glacius.
The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Oh, look at them. Look at Lise! Graha! I was like, where's Ishtola? But she's in white. I was expecting her to be in black like her Shadowbringer's outfit. Thanker's reconnaissance party.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Ishtola look good.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
I want to be with Lise. Can I be with Lise? And Serena? And Graha?
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
So I get to be a trump card, huh? Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Oh, I like your outfit, Thancred. I dig it.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Do I get to play as
Wouldn't have it
Thancred
any other
again?
way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Yep, I figured. Alright. Okay. Interesting. I want to learn about mission exclusive actions. Invisible, increases movement speed. Unable to perceive Thancred's presence. However, it has no effect on the guard dogs. This action can only be used outside of combat. Also be unavailable when Thangred attempts to deactivate Magitech field to execute certain other actions. Instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while Swift Deception is in effect. Cannot be used on Magitech or guard dogs. Guard dogs can detect Thancred even when Swift Deception is active. You can instead use a Bewilderment Bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Have no effect on Magitech or soldiers. Take care to choose the right tool. I figured I understood what they all meant, but... Whee! Oh, so it only lasts for 10 seconds. Experiencing what it is to be someone else. Does this? Yeah, okay. It's a targeting. Alright. We'll see how this goes. Does this take me out of Swift Deception? Because there's 2 of them. I guess we'll figure it out.
Keep your wits about you.
Let's do it.
It's time.
Oh, that's cool.
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
This is cool. I like this already. Ah. Oh, nope. Hello. It does take me out of it. Good to know. I'm surprised that didn't notice. Alright. Well. Ow. Damn it. I was trying to get it. Fuck it. YOLO. No.
Damn, spotted.
Damn it. Fine, I'll wait. I like how this Magitech Slasher can't, like, doesn't notice that this guy's fucking knocked out. Can I, like... Okay. How would, like... This doesn't seem... Because, like, they're right next to each other. There's no way they... Okay. That makes sense. Whatever. I'll take it. Hey, doggo, go over there. Oh, does that not work? Oh, you have to hit them with it? Oh, it can. I see. Oh, and that's the area where they sniff me out. I see. Oh, it just knocks them out. Okay. Wonder where that slasher goes. Oh, it just goes back and forth. I'll do this one. To get him whenever he's over there, and that one isn't. Goodbye.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Hello, Thancred. Alright, I think we can get him. This looks fun. So those two slashers. Okay. So when this guy moves over there, we can maybe. How is this gonna work? I feel like I need to take care of this guy first. For this thing to move and this thing to move. I feel like I'm overthinking this, but it's fun. Boop. And put you out of commission. It's a nice little instant snake, yeah. To do that. Actually, oh shit. Okay. Never mind. Oh wait, but that big robot. Huh. You can't see me. Hello. Robot. think this is the best way to go through. Oh, nice. Oh, right, that deactivates all of them. Got it. Withdraw from the supply depot? That just mean go back to where I came from, or can I just exit this? Oh, it looks like I can just exit here. Alright. I only got saw by one of them, it's fine.
You are returned.
Scene
and none
got
the worse
saw.
for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Oh god. But what about the fucking Garlemald, like the tempered boys that we just knocked out, like right next to the explosions? Like, what was the point of knocking them out if we were just gonna blow them up? Hello, Alize.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Ruh-roh.
Wait! Something's coming!
Puppies and robots.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fuck yeah. I love this music so goddamn much.
Fighters! Protect the others!
I would like to have aggro on everything, please. So as to help you guys not die. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Good to know.
A brief respite, but stay alert.
Can I
Keep
go
the
up
carriages
here?
safe.
Okay. I was gonna say, can I move up and like help?
What impeccable timing!
Yeah?
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine
These
display,
people need help.
but the other carriages are still in
No,
danger.
okay.
Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then.
Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well.
I've been
Just activated Confiteor without doing any fucking holy circles. Magitech reinforcements arrive. Oh. Graha.
You lot alright back there?
You lot alright back there?
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Clemency. I want a Clemency Graha.
Hear that?
Yeah.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Head north and join the Vanguard. Okay. Meanwhile, on the front line. Do we get to play as Y'shtola? I feel like Y'shtola is the only one who we haven't, like, one of the only Scions we haven't been able to play as yet. Do you like the chat boxes? I think they're okay. I think they're neat, for sure. It's easier to tell, like, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of the same as just the name, but it's cool.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is,
we've even played as a Stinian before he was a Scion.
Subduing them
I don't feel like we've played as Y'shtola before.
Submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Yeah, fuck him up, Lise. Magnai, Sirna, and Sadu.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It looked like a gun lance.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Yeah, let's fuck him up.
We have them now! Forward!
That's a couple of enemies.
Right! Let them have it!
You bet your sweet ass I will let them have it. Now it's our turn.
As a raging bull!
Yo. Pippin. That's fucking badass. That was cool as shit. I want to stack. Magnite. Let me stack with you guys. That's really cool that they're like actually doing only death awaits. Oh no.
That's
Hello.
hard. For Gilead.
Do not fall behind!
You're getting tank busted. Let me tank. Let me have aggro. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I can max my
Neo!
Is everyone alright?
Sorry, Serena. Smile.
Kneel or die!
YOLO. I'm a tank. I'm a paladin for a reason. Uptime. Does it look like I'm gonna DC every now and again too? I haven't noticed anything like that yet. Oh yeah.
Tremble before the sun!
Tremble before the sun.
May your screams fill the air!
Well, that was fun.
The worthy adversary! Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
Magnite.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kovosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes.
I got a straight up fucking crane.
Desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
It's a neat looking aetherite.
The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself,
yeah.
Far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
I was gonna say, wasn't Solus just Emmett? Like Emmett like took over his body or something. Like he was just a lowly soldier, but since Emmett knows lots of shit,
not
he just
so
like
much as a whisper.
Like kickstarted the Garlean Empire.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations.
Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Camp Broken Glass. I may take like a 15-minute break to make some food and hopefully make it back before I get booted. I should, as long as I don't dawdle. But yeah. I think that is what I'm going to do because I am hungry. Took a 3-hour nap. Fair. That was what I did yesterday. But yeah, I'm gonna take, but it might have just been the time. Yeah, I mean it's 30 minutes, so as long as I don't like dawdle again, it should be fine. Okay, I leave you with, I don't know, I'll just fucking stand here, I guess, and hang out with the twins. What could I be doing? Oh yeah, I could shiver. / shiver. Okay. I will leave that here. Where do I put this? That's good enough. Yep, be back in 10-15, and then I'll start back up. Actually, let me change. I want to be like food break. There. Okay. Now I BRB. I have returned. I have not been booted. I'm gonna hope for a voiced cutscene or something at some point soon, so I can mute and eat. But for now, I have my food next to me, and I will be munching on it when I can.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Okay. Done eating. Just gonna follow this Reaper. He seems to know what he's doing. Is someone there? If those beasts spot me, I'll be surely done for. They're all depending on me. Indicating that there's probably more. Oh no. Fuck. That's annoying. I do sure love this kind of shit, huh? God, it's so far. Really fun gameplay mechanics right here. I really love this type of shit. It's super fun and not at all tedious and annoying. Yep, I get it. Oh no. Steph's internet died for a second and disconnected her, so now she has to re-queue. Unlucky. Oh no. probably should help these people. Yeah, sure, why not? It should be fine. There. You're welcome. Hello, girl in green. So then we walk up to her and poke. Scare the bejesus out of her. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. She's cute. Please, we just want to talk, says Alfino. I'm Alfino. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Pastella. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telofroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Telofroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? How's Endwalker been? Is fun. I enjoy. Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Poncho! Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Q ultimate now, so I've got time to spare. Enjoy. How bad is the queue right now? Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. Yeah, the Metal Gear Solid story instance was fun. It was pretty fun. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark of a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes. Do as you will. Stefan, you are both around 5.3k. Yep, that doesn't shock me. And that's why when I went to go get food, I made sure to set a timer on my watch for 15 minutes so I would know like when is my halfway point, and I'm like, all right, I need to get back, like, lest I get booted. Steph had an internet crash, so she has to relog. Yeah, I saw her tweet. Unluckers. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Clemency! So we've got emaciated refugee. All's well with food in my belly and a song in my heart. Hello, Alize. What they need most is a decent meal. We've food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. I can feel my fingers again. ... I can treat their frostbite in their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emanalane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Oh, okay. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Emanalane, it is highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect. If only there were willing and, more importantly, unwitting volunteers on whom to test it. Oh my god. No harm in trying, but tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened, it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of the stuff for all the good it does. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke. A joke, ha 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 ha. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for a final judgment. Uh-huh. What is that? No idea. What do you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. I have lots of smoked chicken that's been in my pocket for months. If you guys want it. Ah. Is it like a radio? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components, crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Aminus, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Among Us. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Nope. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. I beat him a bunch and got these cool boots out of him, but now they're not dying properly, so I'm wearing different boots. I know that's technically, I know Memoriam Misera isn't technically, you know, how he died. He died from Xenos, but still funny. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacis a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacis? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Licinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almastia has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Thought the soldiers to scare them off. While those have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. Top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp, if the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You best watch out for baby Almasties while we're away. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tappers, then you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Nah. Lego. Oh man, I just realized, look at this fucking white fat chocobo. That's a rare boy. Whee! Wow. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. And thus the credits roll. That was great. Well, congrats, Asuna, on finishing. What the fuck? Well, I guess they get mad at us. Okay. Gave you something you can't use or show. Unfortunate. Okay. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here debating cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Ha, looks like the boot's on the other foot and now the capital's gone to shit. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate? I know your game's elsewhere. If they think we'll give you into intimidation, they got another thing coming. Alright. I'll beat the shit out of both of you. Stop, please consider me intimidated. Am I dead yet? There you are. Hello, Alize. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands? Girabanya, Yangsha, Bosnia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed, the cerulia engines, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days, while with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful if they're interested. We'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Okay. Hello. Hello. Regardless of what the Ilzabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. The end of the trail. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn their enemies for help, or to turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. I keep getting this mount in Mount Roulette, and I don't want it. Ew. Basic bitch mount. Alright, that's fine. God, that looks very ominous, but very dope. Ah. So if it's so cold here, why is it raining? It would be snowing if it was below freezing. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Yeah, I didn't really trust this person after they're like, yeah, as a matter of fact, we can help, smile. So 2 of the refugees are now incapacitated in some form, and the sickly one is down on the ground. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. Bitches. This is getting us nowhere. Cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Man, that outfit looks very warm. Smile. Two sets of fresh footprints, young women judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Hey, I have fire. I can warm people up. Smile. Dude, finna bus. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Alright, gang. Let's split up and look for clues. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates that it has been here for some time. It's unlikely to have any connection to Licini and her sister. Oh, hello. Hello, Minerva. Half-buried piece of papel. Flyer for a theater group. Neat. Bottle. Ether current. Asuna, does that mean you're a level 90 sage? I don't necessarily want to look at where you are, but I figure I'll level 90. Congrats. Whoops. Whoops. Again. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, do I have to like go up there? That's annoying. Can I climb up it from here? Sad. Oh wait, no. It's probably the fresh blood, huh? How did I miss that on first go around? Southeastward. Sup, Jack? I am very much enjoying Endwalker. Thank you for stopping in. I take it you're farther than me in the story because you're not afraid to stop in. I saw you were at like 83 yesterday, I thought, so that's definitely a lot further than me. I'm vibing. Rip. Clemency. It's addicting. I'm still level 83 quests. 85 and a half level wise today though. Gotcha. I should do dailies, like roulettes on Dancer. I just don't want to. Like, I know I'm wasting XP by not doing the dailies, but like, I'm just having fun doing the story. Well, that's sad. Hello, Alizé. And Alfino.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
But by whom?
No.
All right. They were cute.
Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Well, damn.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Sad. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? If only we had a chance to talk things over, but it's too late now. Too late by far. We've already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Alright. Because I'm lazy, I'll spend 100 gil. Wait, what level are my quests? Still 82. Just making sure. Hi, Stola. Treatment of the temper is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there's anything to report, you'll be sure to know, though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of cerulean. Maxima. Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Something the matter? The twins look out of sorts, and you too seem a bit off. Alizé and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, Even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Elidibus.
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Oh, yeah.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
Interesting.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we
He's
gained
playing
from
Emperor
my friends does not
Palpatine.
end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense
Supreme
tremor.
Chancellor
From
Palpatine
that point onward,
in
they
this
have
case.
no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
Interesting.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends! I must speak with you!
Hello, Serena.
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? I'm saying it.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
It's now error code 3001.
There are
Can't
many
even
dangers
queue.
on the road ahead.
Unfortunate.
I will need that back.
Indie game. Goddamn indie game. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Interesting. I'm gonna wait because I think Kira's close to the Dungeon, and I'm supposed to think. Dude, it's Bobby Hill. Damn it, Bobby. Sup, Julius, or Julius? I don't know. Sup, Magni? The lowly task of keeping watch over provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by rights theirs. I know, this won't bring back Licinia or her sister, taking the same risk, making the same mistakes. It's possible, better to try than to give up, every time. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. Ishtola. Or they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in the face of hardship, you as well, but good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Pierre Norbanus, it is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank, very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the 1st Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. However his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. We captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. I guess Rel's also here somewhere. He's at the Tapper's Den. Sag, no Tolwe. Sadu. You have the smell of death about you, not from killing, but mourning. I've seen the passing of many souls, and I know the traces they leave behind. The scent of death is still fresh on you. It cannot be washed away, but fades in time. Interesting. Reconnaissance. We're ready for the besides the bell, on the other hand, having a double time adjusting these chilly climbs. Them seem to have helped. Oh. What about you, Junkmonger? You got anything cool? Just all these level 82 shits. Tools. Yo. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. The Tower of Zot. This will be the first time doing this dungeon with people. I've only done it with trust so far. Alright, we're going big dick. Actually, we'll just stop here. I'm scared to do any more. Not for me, just for the healers. The healer. Wow. Look at him. saw that Icarus. Transmute Blizzard. I don't even need to fucking mitigate. The shield that I just get from Sage is kind of ridiculous. I don't know what he's doing, but apparently he knows what he's doing. So thunder over there, then fire over here. Gotta wait for that. This one's Blizzard. And that's Bio. Hey, look, more fucking scouting boots. Fuck's sake. I have not seen, like, I've seen so much scouting shit. I don't need more scouting boots. Ah, yes, more casting and aiming stuff that I can't use because I'm a tank game. I guess I can move forward. Whoops, didn't mean to do that again. I don't know why I'm so good at that. Just immediately hitting Confiteor instead of Holy Spirit. Damn it, who won the fucking Gunblade? God damn you. Couldn't have at least been somebody I know. What did he roll on it? I rolled like an 84. Rolled an 86. God damn it. I'm sad. I wanted that. Alright. Oh, I've never actually seen this start on a different pattern. I've always seen it start with AoE hell. happened to Rel? Rel, did you take it aggro from me at some point? Just focus this boy. Yeah, I've only seen this one go first before. Says I have aggro on all of them, so I'm just gonna assume I do. Yo, I got the weapons. Astro weapon. What does the striking body look like? Actually doesn't look terrible. I bet it dies pretty well. Oh yeah, it does. That looks good. Died. Wonder what the full set looks like. An Astro weapon looks good. How does the sword and shield look? That looks dope, actually. Doesn't quite fit my theme, but at least I got the commendation. Okay. Okay, let's do this. More MSQ. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over you and keep you. Watch over and keep you. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, let's go. You and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we'll judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. Expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Okay. It's far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Pastella. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run. Not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Oh my god, I hate. Yeah, sure. So if I draw my weapon, will will it fail? I want to try it right now before I'm too far away. Okay, no. I assume it's that place. Look, we made it. This is it. The first stop, that is. I see. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Fucking fine. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Actually, I want to talk. We're getting close to the Imperial Palace, if one can still call it that. It truly is a terrifying sight to behold. Wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If they've any sense, they'll have picked somewhere like Victor's Spoils to take shelter. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spared their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Okie dokie then. It's a train station. Celeries. What do I get at 84 as a paladin? Is that when spirits within upgrades? While we're fighting. No, that's 86. Okay. Oh, that's when Holy Spirit and Holy Circle get healing. Pog. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Now there's more. Oh, that's just this person's. I see. Sure. I'll attack. I'll help out. You're a summoner though, so didn't really need the help, but still did. I'm not helping that person. See why your comments chose you. Our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Alright, well, we'll show you, motherfucker. Whisper a go-go. The runaway train. There's so many of us fighting these guys here. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Are we eventually just gonna make it up to there? Jesus Christ. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Okay, you got it. Look, I'm in one of your Magitech. You know? See? So it is up here that we are going. Actually, it looks like there's like a hole in the ground. Do we? Is that what it is? Ba 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 na 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 ba da ba da 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 ba da 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 da. Hello. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Yeah, because we've done it. Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. No, it's just these ones that have literally taken their body and, like, fucked it up. But the ones that still look the same... No, maybe not. That does look like it appears to be a hole in the ground, though. I hope we get to attune to that. Maybe we, is this like an underground thing? Perhaps. Oh, is it like a subway system? We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine this way. This looks like the entrance to a subway or something. Yeah. Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. I wait for no man. This is cozy. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Choo-choo. Certainly looks the part. Now comes the true test. Yeah, he does certainly look the part. Do we get voices again yet?
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
You think we can't take care of these goons?
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Is it the shock collar that what's his name from the Gunbreaker quest had?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
The good of all people. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Curious how this will go. Can I at least attune to this? Nope. Sad. May as well grab this. Yummy. Shit, I didn't see what level that was. Is it still 82? No hurry to disobey Lord what did he say? Quintus? I don't know. I would immediately assume Quintus, but I feel like it's probably something stupid like Quintus. That's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision? Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch one of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. It's just splitting up and learning what we can of their situation evolves. Don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. Do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alizé will pay the price. Alright, bye Alphino, Alizé! No, I'm just kidding. Queso. Well, whatever business brought you here, you best keep your hands off that Aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city built by Garleans. 4 Garleans could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetherite's power to keep this place lit. It's lit, bro. Though that comes at the cost of its normal function. All these fucking Aetherites that we find but don't have access to. Okay, understood. So-called champion of Eorzea, come to gloat, have you? Wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll tore the sutures. Well, worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. This treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone. Cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. I mean, yeah, I definitely do murder. Like, so, whenever, I'm just gonna take a moment to, like, voice my thoughts. So, near the beginning of Endwalker, they were talking about, like, we're giving Kryl kind of whatever we remembered on the final days. I guess it was in the Sharlayan split quest. I can't remember. It might not have been. Yeah, we were giving Kryl that info that we knew about the final days, and they kept talking about like a noise, like I don't know if it was a shrieking or like whatever noise, as if like the earth was like crying out or something like that. And now all of these Garleans talk about a roar. They're talking about this roar that erupted through the land, and then there was silence, and like and that's when everybody who wasn't near a Magitech radio was tempered. So yeah, wondering if like that roar is kind of like the land screeching. Is there aught we may do to ease your woes? So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we brought some food with us, but perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. Gods, this is so frustrating. What if I use magic? Clemency. Alright. Let's touch the radio, and then we'll talk to those two people. So the same models as the one used at Victor Spoils. Perhaps it is what saved soldiers here from being tempered. Yeah. So cold. Well, just heat up, bro. It's you, Pastella Rosa. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Yeah, okay, Octavia. Let me just fucking attune to this etherite and cut off all your power. How about that? Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me to tend to them? There you go, bud. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Well, that's sad. Again. So those you met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they're not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him? Though we'd need to persuade Julius first. Oh, Julius! We'll give you food. God fucking damn it. Well, seen enough. The people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? Oh god. Cough snuck up on me. Been scavenging provisions from nearby houses most families kept, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum we need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we'll bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. Quintus? I don't know. So, did he agree to it? Figured. No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you'll follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Still 82. One day I'll hit 83 quests. Oh, it's now. Alright, level 83 quests. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Okay. Lego. Okay. Just seeing if there are ways up both directions, but there's only one way up. Yo, it's Spuds McGee and Dr. Sloppy. There's an aether current up there. Sorry, I'll be right back. I gotta grab that aether current before I forget it's there. Can you read anything on this? Or is it just lines? Looks like it actually does have text, but it's illegible. Oh well. I bet this place was dope before it got destroyed. 360. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zosgalvis. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. While I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we'll commence the search. What about this light? Nothing. Hey, I have a Magitech. Smile. Ah, yeah, is there any fucking ceruleum on the children's slide? Weird. Nom nom nom. Bored. Yo, pool time. Hello, Alize. This, whatever it is, appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park. Even though this place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain? Or somewhere the man himself used to sit? Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help but wondering. Is it up here on this side? Probably, maybe. Last one. No, oh, it was up there. God damn it. Several points of interest marked on the map. Pawn, chosen players, to your knowledge, however, none would require the use of cerulean. Kind of want to search for where Alphino is, but unless I see him particularly, there he is. Don't imagine there would be much need for Magitech in Park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. They may have used for cerulean that I've yet to consider. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Man, we ain't found shit. There's no sign of any cerulean. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. Couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no. It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. Every time, when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a cerulean-powered heater, by chance? Suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. That was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. Can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. The machinery most likely broken. The amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. What are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and Medici? I don't fucking know. So it doesn't scare me. Then I take it won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of her fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. There's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed cerulean from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. We have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it in no time. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. Can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first. If that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method, with Alphino's help. I'm chilled to the bone. I should have assumed that it was this one because everybody else had like gotten a cutscene whenever they got to that one, but whatevs. Figured I'd check them all anyway. Mm-hmm. Grand discovery comes at great personal cost. You become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. My god. What's this? Uncovering hidden treasure is an adventurer's bread and butter, though one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold, stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slavering beasts or solving annoying puzzles. Oh my god. I just realized this fucking goddamn quest is called His Park Materials. God fucking damn you. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Should have talked to Alice before doing that, but oh well. That's it. There's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. You know, I figured Julius would probably grow on me, but... You know... he is. Call me an Uldan because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. Lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon, our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Drew some basic pointers on the subject. Thought it might help to further build a rapport and to distract him from his other concerns. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry, though they could still do with a proper wash. No good deed. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. Built on an enormous scale and with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Amarok, given what we know, or now know, such similarities are no coincidence. The War Machina appears to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder whether it is simply following its original orders or if it now serves the Telophoroi. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of various types of War Machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force strength of these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Interesting. So is this gonna be like some sort of video game, like some sort of game inside of a game? No, that one's empty. It's empty. It's empty. No way to determine. We're gonna get the most. It's been broken. Broken and empty. So what? It's all either empty or broken. Is that it? Oh, hey, I'm a Magitech Deathclaw or whatever it's called. All right, empty or broken it is. Let's. Is there like any actual way? There's no way that there's like some fucking way to determine it. I'm just gonna fucking use it on. Whoops. I'm just gonna pick two of the broken ones. Still half full or half empty. And then. Oh. I didn't need to do any more. I just. Oh. Interesting. I see. I just nailed it first try. Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the War Machina in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among ceruleum tanks would surely deserve one. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alzay and Alphino are faring. Is it time for another voiced cutscene? Am I to be given a break? Is Dobby given a break? Has Master given Dobby a break?
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Interesting. So Thancred's just invisible with us? Oh, is it because of
Don't
Graha?
react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel.
Tower of Babel.
An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. And for savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Ah, so it is Quintus.
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Euless spoke?
Euless.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Do it, pussy.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Do as he says.
Get them out of here.
Euless. Providing they do not resist. Company B, back to your camp where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there's something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Ah, two of the ones that hate me. Got it. Is Ask the Isle like fucking Order 66 or Order 66 or some bullshit? You would understand that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. I mean, the way that this sounds, it just sounds like they're gonna fucking try to kill me and, just like storm the area and take it. Wow, imagine unlocking flying here already. Could not be me. Actually, can Landerloft just fly? That'd be cool. So it has jets? Nope. Okay. Hello, Euless. What do you mean by ask the Isle? Not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now, like it or not. We have to cooperate. There's one other matter. Place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Yeah, I still feel like you're just leading me to an ambush. My guy. This feels very ambushy. And the way that they're talking about the fucking savage and whatnot. Feel like you're referring to me, my guy. Automated death machine. Unable to move on. I want to talk to him. Give me a moment, okay? Waiting. Is this his house or something?
This is my home.
Yep.
Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
It's fucked up, yo.
I promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you.
But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Do it. Snuggle up to your brother.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance.
Aggressive
I've since
ignorance.
learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alisaie.
I love my children. Hello, Estinian. I assume Thancred knew of the plan, or their plan.
The scouts have secured Alisaie and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Yeah, okay, sure, bud.
Stop, both of you!
Hell yeah.
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
Nah.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Please tell me he doesn't do what I want or what I don't want him to do. This is not okay if he does. Jesus Christ! Fucking hell, that's dark as fuck.
We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
They're just gonna find his fucking corpse because he committed suicide. Yep. Jesus Christ. Wow, my wife got the coat of fin. Oh, that looks so good. Oh my god, that looks so good. I want it. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Yeah, let's go speak with him. The immediate crisis averted. Lucia seeks to gain a clear understanding of the present situation. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risked the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Man, imagine if I could have fucking attuned to that goddamn aetheryte. Fucking indie game. Is that an aether current quest, I assume? I'll pick it up later, but I just want to see. Yeah, okay. Speaking of aether, southeast. Oh, it's up there. Well, wouldn't you know? Northeast. Fly, Amaro, fly. My headphone cord got wrapped around my my chair arm. Almost fucking ripped my head off. What are you? I was wondering if you were a hunt target, some sort of hunt mark. What did that say? 81 yalms to the north. Vroom vroom, I'm in me mum's car. Get out me car. What? Southwest? Oh, of course. Oh, is it in here? Yotun. I wonder. Nailed it. That's the first fate I've ever done in Endwalker, I think. And I've been to 3 new areas. Yeah. I didn't do one in Labyrinthos or Thavnir. God damn it. Pastella and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free, free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If anyone would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. The person's name was Luigi. Luigi. It's me, Luigi. Can I use the Aetherite yet? Yay. It's only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. For this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. There's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Dude, it's queso. Well, got the Aetherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there will be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Sup, Astinian? Where's Daddy? Did he... Mustn't worry, darling. I'm sure he managed to escape just like we did. Well, that's fucked. I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe passage to our camp they need, I'd gladly oblige. Everything's gonna be alright now. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Till all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. You and yours have come to offer aid. I'll be glad to accept. Dude, that outfit's cute. What the fuck? I want to find Graha. Maybe Thancred. Here's Graha. Damn it all, is there truly nothing to be done? Try as we might, any words of comfort we may offer are like to fall on deaf ears. We are but strangers from foreign lands, perhaps in their eyes the very cause of their suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to the Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures in Tempered Skull looking around about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Oh, I didn't even realize Thancred was here. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Leminson friends. I'd save it for the Tempered, though. Chocobo Keep. Wait. Are you also just an ether current? Yeah. Gross, I don't want to ride this. Yeah, bear's fine, I guess. Forward something southwest. No, it's directly west. I'm not going that way right now. Why is this thing so fucking beefy? Yeah, you guys got that under control. I did mine. Oh, somebody pulled the hunt mark. Oh no. If they're dead, hold on, friend. Did you die? Did you release yet? I'll save you. Yeah, if somebody, or if they died, somebody seems to have gotten them up. Look at this flying bitch. I've seen this cat boy around. I'm not taking yours. Random summoner. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. That taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from a recent scouting phrase, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Ah, Pastella. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. Well, refugees, I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. So many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. Troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy notwithstanding, after all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We'll tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Yay, I'm level 84. Now Holy Spirit and Holy Circle, heal me. In from the cold. Assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, I might ask you to seek out Ishtola. She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Ah. So here is the reason why all these people are gathered around. Hello, Ishtola. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the Tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okie dokie, let's do it.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
Ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
This is gonna make me cry. This whole, like, stuff with Eula's. No, don't cry, Mike. No, I'm gonna cry. I just want everybody to be happy. Alright, I'm at cry counter 1.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Blue. Oh shit.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
No. No.
What? Emperor Varys?
No. No.
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero!
Wow, go fuck yourself.
Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Ah, so we're just kidnapped, huh?
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations. Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Yummy. Yo, dinner date with Daddy? Just kidding. Daddy is Gaius. Oh my god.
Have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Wait, oh. I'm not in my own body? That's horrific.
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is such a pain in the arse.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
Huh. Uh-huh.
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
What is Zodiac back there?
Exposition is in order.
Exposition is in order.
Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor,
Oh my
of course.
god. So Varys is like, so
As
just
you have
like
observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better
just
days.
like Louis was
The
becoming or
legendary
became a
Solus
primal.
Galvus, dead. Provinces
Varys
near
or
and
Solus
far in open rebellion.
is becoming
Our
a primal.
bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varys himself. And lo,
Oh my
the Savior
god.
was born. The embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their anima.
Oh. So this is anima?
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
Arenval, Nidana. No. Euless.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul?
Is he gonna make me fight him in this other body? Oh.
Or together.
Did he just take my body? Bro, this is fucked up.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, withstanding orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Huh. Yeah, let's do it. As unknown Imperial. Well, I'm apparently I'm just oh, I can't move this. Fuck. Damn it. Oh god, I don't have a lot of time, huh? 25 minutes to get there.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows.
Yeah.
Scurrying about like a rodent.
It sure indeed would. Oh my god. Bruh. Huh. This is kind of cool. I really like this. Where am I even going? No, wrong way, that's where. God damn. Fine. I'll look at... Nope, nothing. Find the identification key and fuel. Just a med kit. Fuel concealing wreckage, I wonder. Oh, god damn it. At least I can fucking jump. Oh god. Huh. Ah, I see. Does say it's immobilized, huh? No! Well, I have 4 med kits. That should be enough, probably, for this fight. Oh my god, really? Oh, I probably don't want to get or hit the cerulean tanks. I don't have any more medical kits. This is fucked up. Help! Help! Oh my god. I assume that was supposed to happen. You begin to lose consciousness. Is an unexpected ally about— oh Jesus Christ, I wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. Stop. 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 Huh? I don't know what I was hitting. Why was that up and why does that work? Ugh. Okay. Crawl. Are you— nah, no, there's no way. Something will happen. Because this is way too fucking much. Yeah, I can't even turn left or right. And this is about to go out.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
No.
Speak of the devil.
Grah, no.
Well, time to call off the search.
No.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Huh. Holy shit. Get away from them, you bastard.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles.
Slash spectacles?
The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken. And all shall bear witness to the final days.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's wheel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Am I actually me? That's good. Is everyone alright?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Well, that was fun. Oh, hi, Rel. I wonder, did Rel also just do this? Ishtola! 'Tis still you. My apologies. I realized too late that the ether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. 'Twas likely a temporary effect, but I remain wary. No apologies necessary, least of all to me. If anything, there's a strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet, though I pray you'll be the last. Full glad am I to see thee awake and restored to thine own flesh once more. Whatever that was, let's not do it again, eh? Thank heavens you're you again. Gave me quite a fright. The body that you were forced to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you were returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. Let's pray it is so, for I doubt it would be better off in the care of Xenos or Fandaniel. I will require a detailed report on what occurred whilst you were not yourself, for the contingent, of course. It can wait until later, however. For now, it's enough that you've returned. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Are you well enough to make your report? this anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus? Does their depravity know no bounds? Seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. Primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoroi's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Leviers, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Laminzan delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telophoroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Enceladium. I feel like it's Encelada. I don't care. Enceladium. That's what I'm going to call it. Enceladium. A vast magitech manufactory, in ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophoroi's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. Burp, burp, burp. Signs will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. We'll save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the world over. I'll have my vengeance yet. It's time we ended this, once and for all. Aye, there will be no more casualties of the Telophoroi's maniacal ambition. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even, assuming he didn't name the tower Babel on a whim. In Aemon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zonda used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patents. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, da, ba, da, 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 ba. Okay. I'll go. I assume whenever I get up there, it'll unlock a dungeon or trial or something. And when it does that, I'm gonna have to go grab my food, and then I'm going to sit here and take a food break. Another food break. And then we'll do whatever I unlock. I'm just clearing out the map a little. These nerds already with flying. Anybody who already has like flying and has completed the story, I feel like has to have skipped cutscenes. Like the only person I know in the FC is Asuna. And he definitely skipped cutscenes. And he only finished like a few hours ago. Travel this path of yours, and those who walk with him will bask in his radiance. To accompany you into the towers in honor as ever. Hello, Lise. The way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. Then we'd best get in there before you freeze, especially you. Yeah, Lise. Oh, the shoe will be on the other foot once we're in, believe you me. A good fight should warm us right up. Yeah, and Sadu's like fucking... yeah. But enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this very old dog of a Dotharl. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone, should I be blessed to meet her this day. Just fuck already. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello everyone, all set for battle I see? Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy, quickly if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladium, and that place. We are to meet them there. Enceladium? I don't know. We wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our diversionary force, then we sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babil. If any, Tempered included, are injured, Wizela will tend to them. You Scions must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Enceladium. I don't care. See you there. Enceladium. Enceladus? Salad. I could talk to the rest of them, but me. Hello. Hi, or hail, it's good to see you, Pastella. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Comrade from Lenta's Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Telafroy's leaders. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Telafroy's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anything else. Hear, hear. There's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do together. Hell yeah. Till the very end. The train should be along... Fuck, I missed that. Oh, Nicole. Hello. How are you? Also, if you plan on playing Endwalker, be wary of spoilers. I'm like... I don't even know how far I'm in. I'm only on level 83 quests, and it goes up to 90. And it feels like we're at the end, but I know we're not. Sorry, don't be sorry that you weren't following. It's okay. I'm sorry that I have follower alerts turned off just in case anybody tries to come in with a with an Endwalker spoiler and follow. Still at the end of Heavensward, lol. I have a way to go. I believe in you. Oh, I just unlocked a new dungeon, I assume? I did. I was actually... Can't even get into the game. I keep getting an error. Yeah. Oddly enough, the prime time to get into the game right now is, like, in the morning. Like, from 6 to 10 a.m. I logged on at, like, 10 my time, and it was only, like, a 300 queue, and apparently, like, 2 hours earlier, it was only a 20 queue. Yeah. It's been rough, and it will be rough for a while. Probably. Unfortunately. But yeah, I was about to take a food break. So I'll have to go up and grab my food. And I'll probably just hang out here until I finish. Because I need to eat, or else I'll die. Haven't seen the queue yet. It timed out and says the lobby server connection has encountered an error and yeets the game closed. Oh yeah, I've heard that was an issue recently too. I had that issue like when servers finished, like just finished maintenance yesterday, and I was trying to log in for the first time, but I haven't had that yet since. But yeah, I am sorry that you got here and I'm about to take a BRB, but I love you and appreciate you so much, but I need to get my food right now or else I'll die. Thank you so much for stopping in, Nicole. You're great. What the hell is this flashing? Oh, is it this person's fucking... Oh, I bet it was this carbuncle. Oh, hey, it's Rel. Actually, no. I was gonna ask Rel if he wanted to queue for this, but since I assume he's at the same point, but I want to do it with trusts. And I gotta eat still, so I'm gonna sit here. You know, now that I think about it, it's kind of a miracle that Rel and I are at the same point in the story and we're in the same instance. Assuming Garlemald's instanced like the other places. Hi, Rel. I'm eating, so I just have my mic muted so it doesn't pick up gross eating noises. And then I'm gonna do this dungeon on a on trusts in trust. What? Words. I didn't. Whenever I'm streaming, I don't see, or I don't get notifications from Discord. I'm sorry. I love you, and I see Mia. She's being a cutie. U9. Imagine being this far in MSQ. Honey, this is still only level 83 MSQ. There are so many long-ass cutscenes. Not that I'm really complaining, but like it's just blowing my mind that I'm only still in level 83 land, and I feel like I've played for days even though it's only been out since yesterday, but that's beside the point. Sup, Graha? Can I give Graha? No, I can't clemency Graha. Sag. How is your food and shower break? Are you actually gonna go sleep? Oh, please eat. Oh boy. Well, that's not great. I'm sorry. I hope they're feeling better. And I love you. I didn't get which one it was, but they're both acting fine now. I see. Gray. I mean, cat. Okay. I think it's time to do this dungeon. So this is what it chooses for me for Tower of Babel.
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
I kind of want Graha though. Yeah, screw it. Off New Alzeish Toll, let's get it.
Now or never.
Alright. We better clear the train of threats before we arrive, or things could get nasty.
I will not hold back.
Want to hear a Ruby theory you just thought of? I mean, sure. I like Ruby theories. Volume 9 is around the corner next year. Early next year, I think they said. He's kind of a bop.
I have you now.
Oh yeah, I do, huh? I always forget to turn that off. Oop. Wow. You think there's any Easter egg here? Like NPCs we might know? Imagine if fucking Hildebrand was in one of these. Pier's crown was a relic. Choice ability shows where visions of a future choice they'll have to make. Visions shown at random, and the user will only see that singular choice while swearing it. And before her demise, she asks her if she believes in destiny, like she knew the path she was taking. Could be. I assume you're basing the choice relic showing vision of a future choice off of the Ruby Fairy Tales series, in which case I can understand, but like I don't want to take any of that, like at least not all of those stories, as if they're true fact in the overarching story just because they're technically fairy tales. Some true, some aren't. You never know which ones are true, which ones aren't. But I do like it. I also just don't... I just don't know how her crown would be a relic. And A, she didn't know. B, whenever Cinder like had it in her hand, she didn't notice. Like whenever Pyrrha died. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't be shitting on you. Or like trying to disprove your theory, because theories are fun. I like it.
I have you.
I have you now.
Cinder's mind was on getting the maiden's power, unless she gave a shit about the relics at the time. Maybe. Could be right.
Gloves are off. I will not hold back.
So they're going that way. Pippin and Lise are going that way. And we're going up here to fight this thing. Barnabas. Obviously. What's that supposed to be? And this person. You think Cinder will end up backstabbing Salem? I don't think so. I think my beautiful little boy will keep this tower free of vermin. Oh my god, he just... Wait. That'd be really funny if he... Oh, okay. He goes away.
You cannot stop us.
I think Cinder will probably just end up losing. Oh god, I don't know what's happening. Oh god. I just follow Ishtola's. Nice.
I will not hold back.
That's interesting mechanic. I'm sorry, I can't get a fucking straight answer out right now.
I will not hold back.
'Cause I'm fighting a big boy.
You underestimate me.
She was put in that tower for a reason. I mean, that one I feel like we can potentially take the fairy tale as true for the most part, since everything else was accurate. And if we take that for truth, then it was just because her dad was a very controlling and scared individual who wanted to keep her safe, but in doing so, just made her resent him Imperial Cap of Maiming. That's a good cap, actually. Oh, look. It's our friends. Phew! Ah! Oh god.
There! There!
Sun does not heed the barking of feral dogs. This music is a bop.
You underestimate me!
Let's see who gets there first. Well, we're gonna have at least one more boss before we get to the top, so smile. These robotic looking centipede things are kind of give me the creeps. Alright, let's see how this goes. Yeah, no, I was also sus of it, but I was like, meh, if it turns into a mimic or something, then I'll just kill it. It'll be fine.
I will end this farce.
Yeah, still. Usually, Alize is the one to just randomly LB at the beginning of a fight. Oh, what? I see. Weird. And then that turns us into a frog, I assume? I feel like that's gonna be a tank buster. Nope, JK. Wait. Well, these scions sure do know what they're doing. I sure shit don't. But I want to finish this. Okay. Ribbit.
I have you now.
Trade you frog for 7k Q. Hard pass. Okay, I actually want to look at this mechanic. There's 3 of them. So yeah, okay.
I
I
have
see.
you now.
They're just exploding all of the columns and rows that they're taking up. I see. Ah, yes, more stuff that I can't use as a tank. Love to see it. Well, I mean, what's over here, huh? Is there a chest over here? Is there nothing over here? There's fuck all over here. Why does it exist? The change squares are always a safe zone. Interesting. Hello, friends. $360 up. 180. Well, oh, this is the throne room, huh? Or what used to be the throne room. That's cool. arrive at the Iron Womb thinks I hate the name of that. Ah, cool. Is that, I assume, just... Steph just did this, you're going to love it. Sick.
I have you now.
I bet Alphino likes that I can heal myself with Holy Spirits and Holy Circles now.
You cannot stop us!
Yep. Good timing, Alphino. Pretty sure this is your second favorite dungeon fight. Nice. Is that why Paladin's so easy to heal? I mean, Sheltron is Holy Sheltron now, which gives 12 seconds of Knight's Benediction, which gradually restores HP. The 250 cure potency, and then Holy Circle and Holy Spirit get upgraded at level 84 to restore HP at a 400 cure potency whenever you do it. And then, at a certain point, our Divine Veil gets upgraded to also heal us whenever, it takes a heal to proc proc Divine Veil, but it also adds an extra little burst of heal. Divine Veil has the same shield size as a Galvanize. Damn. I'm also glad they increased the range on Intervene.
You underestimate me.
Hello, Anima. I can't imagine we're actually like fully killing Anima right now. That doesn't seem right. Cause I feel like they said that Anima was a trial. Wait, is this the same lunar nail from the Oh, I see. They create squares, or they create shapes. Mega Graviton. So that's a raid wide. Okay. Begins feeding on souls. Ah.
I have you.
Oh boy, a horrific roar tears at the fabric of reality. Huh. Anima's dimension. Huh. Neat. Very colorful. Waves of lamentation call forth chaotic energies. Okay, that made sense in my brain. I see, it's that kind of follower one. Annoying. Well, this Anima is dead or hurt. Altered reality plunges into chaos. Uh-huh. Look at all that damage we took, Anima.
Let's give them a show. Let's give them a show.
You cannot stop us.
More souls,
I
huh?
have you now.
Just preemptively sprint. Smile.
You underestimate me with heart and steel.
Yeah, you get him with your Alizé beam.
You underestimate me.
No. That's bait. That wasn't anima. Oh, I got the anima card. Pog. Imperial Code of Fending. Meh. I like the last dungeon stuff better. About the Dark Knight weapon. Does it look cool? Ew. That looks horrific, yet kind of cool. It's a chainsaw. About the casting. It looks nice. I like it. Alright, let's see what happens here.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Alright. The auto advance. Yeah.
Come. The other two await.
Do they though? Do they really? See, because why would they just let us kill Anima? Why wouldn't they come out and help? There's no way that was actually Anima.
This madness ends here.
At least not the most powerful of primals that he was talking about or whatever.
Enough!
No thanks. I don't like your laugh.
Oh, mighty Zodiac!
Yeah,
Awaken from
I
your
figured.
slumber and descend!
Anima was bait.
Some manner of magical defense.
Why is Kryl here?
Kryl? But how?
Is this supposed to be Hydaelyn Kryl? Yep.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
You know, I wondered if maybe the moon was just where Zodiac was locked away.
Hark! Victory is mine! No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You
Desmond, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound.
Mare Lamentorum.
I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
Garlemald's fate is in your hands.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends and the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
Fear not for Krile, go forth and return, I prithee. So she channeled the dangerous amount of ether, and that's to say nothing of the teleportation magic she must have used to get here. Yet Krile and Heidelin both were clearly willing to take the risk. We're moving out to rendezvous with the remainder of the contingent. Leave everything here to us. Stand there for just a moment, please. Pray for good luck. Now you can't possibly fail. We've no time for worrying over what's done. Let's go. As I suspected. all of the tempered are affected, Euless and his comrades likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we're not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. A trip to the moon. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of elegant design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let us turn to the task at hand. As Heidelin said, the flow of Aether will transport you to Mare Lamentorum. I must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we're ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, beyond the sky. I think whichever comes first, I get to attune to an Aetherite, or I meet this like person that I'm supposed to meet, or both. If both of them happen, as long as I'm in as long as I find somewhere to like log out in a sanctuary, I'm probably gonna be done after this. Just take the rest of the night to chill. Cause my vocal cords are dying
Long
talking.
before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
I know it won't, but I kind of hope there's like some sort of low gravity here. Is it our boy Hythlodaeus? Or is it Emmett, maybe? Or is it Azim? Oh. I wanted low gravity. Lower gravity. Alright, well. Assuming I can attune to this, I'll attune to this and then I'll talk to him and then I'll be done. Jesus Christ, it's huge. That's what she said. I'm assuming that we're gonna have to kill some lingering grief after I talk to him. I bet. Return. I must return. Why? Uh-huh. Accidentally got myself silenced. It's fine. Well, now got everybody else silenced too. It's fine. Home. I want. I need. In cerulean halls, find me. Okay. I'm going to... this probably isn't a fucking sanctuary, is it? We'll go inside of here. Holy shit. Fine. I just want to get to a stopping point. No steps echo through this looming spire save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. This is the music from Amarant. Not the dungeon, but the fake Amarant in The Tempest. Hello, Earth. Or whatever you're called here. Tell me which Ascian you are. Out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Hydaelyn, I've served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I'm responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Zodiac. Zodiac himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Hydaelyn, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiac, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him nearly shattered. Six locks to his jail, great and grand. Sup, Ken, man. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiac forevermore. 5 are destroyed by this would-be liberator. One of these I've restored. Strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Don't die, I will. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiac, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. I will only resort to expelling them if all else fails. Of that I have no doubt. You are her chosen. Check the drip. Yeah, the Watcher is dope. I am the Watcher and the Jailer. I am not the Judge. Know this, Hydaelyn commands the forces of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiark remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go, meet with these wandering spirits, do what you think is right. Okay. I think this is where I log out. I don't care if this... Actually, we can tell if we log out and it's like a countdown timer, if it's a sanctuary or not. It says I've entered a sanctuary in the chat, I assume, whenever I got in this building, so... Yeah, I've been talking too much, Ken, man, so I'm taking the rest of the night, and I'm stopping here for now. My vocal cords are fucked. I've been streaming for 8 hours now. You just got up, Lamau. 4566 in Q. F. Well, I'll just get up again bright and early in the morning and it'll be low again. Mornings are when to queue up. They're always low and like around like between 6 and 10 a.m. Central for me. Nobody's fucking awake. Everybody passed out at their desk and got booted. You have a short story about that? I mean, obviously not yesterday at like 4 a.m. it wouldn't be, but like yesterday at like 7 or 8 a.m. it was borderline nothing. It was like 47 in queue. And then this morning I only had 400 queue. Is your short story short enough to be said in Twitch chat, or should I just read it in one of the Discords, lol? Yeah, login queue. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna log out. Is the short story shorter than the login queue? Lamau. We made it to the first trial and not a single healer to be found. We did an all-tank PF for it. Lamau. Just get Asuna. Asuna's done with the story. He's a healer. He's level 90 Sage. He also skips cutscenes. Asuna being Zalaxion. Go bed. Maybe I will. I would raid somebody, but I don't know who I'd raid because I think everybody's already like ahead of me, and I don't want to risk. I don't want to risk. Oh wait, no. My wifey is back live. Okay, we go raid wifey. Middle of a giant spoiler for you, I see. Well, we're gonna slash raid all day. Go watch Kira play, just so I can save markers for an EX and then log off for 12 hours. Lamau. Fair. Okay. Yeah. Go say hi to Kira. She's even further behind me in story. She's taking her time. But yeah. I love her very much, so give her love. The Kira Wandara. Yeah, I'ma hop out. I'll be back live sometime tomorrow for more MSQ. Yay. So yeah. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.